Hey everybody, welcome to another stream. It's been a while. Today, as you can see, we've got the Castlevania Dominus Collection. We're going to be playing through Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow specifically. Funny enough, this is a game I meant to play through like 6 or 7 years ago on stream. I did Order of Ecclesia 6 or 7 years ago via a Nintendo DS emulator, and I actually went to practice Dawn of Sorrow afterwards. I only got like halfway through and then just kind of abandoned the idea, and I was like, I'll do it some other year. And thankfully this year, the Dominus Collection came out, which includes the 3 Castlevania DS games, along with 2 other titles. And yeah, this is basically like the definitive way of playing these games. If you want like the original experience, mostly, you know, without any like ROM hacking stuff that's added on top, with a couple of you know, exceptions, especially with Dawn of Sorrow. But yeah, this makes streaming this a whole lot easier. And I was actually, funny enough, I was sick, under the weather multiple times this last month, which gave me a lot of couch time, which allowed me to play through Dawn of Sorrow twice. So I've since gone through this game twice over the last month, and so I'm in pretty good shape to do a single session playthrough here on YouTube. So we're playing this collection on the Xbox Series X, but as far as I can tell, it's basically the same on every platform you can get it on, whether it's PC, Xbox, PlayStation, or Nintendo Switch. So if you haven't gotten this collection again, you're curious about the DS games, or you want to revisit them, I highly recommend this collection. It's fantastic, it's well worth the money, and it's not even that expensive. It's like 25 bucks, and it's a really, really good deal, especially considering how much the DS games go for on their own, and the fact that you can play them on your big screen with a modern console controller. You don't have to use a cramped Nintendo DS system. So it's really good stuff. It's one of the best collections I've played, I think, in a very long time. So, but yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. I know it's been a couple months since I last streamed here on YouTube. The stuff has been crazy or chaotic. I'll talk more about it after October, but it is officially October 1st, and as you guys know, I love doing spooky stuff during October, and spooky, in quotes, usually means Castlevania. So we're going to start off the month here on October 1st with some Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. Knocking out yet another Castlevania game that I haven't covered on this channel yet, so I'm looking forward to playing through this and having an archive of it. Next, I'll probably end up doing Order of Ecclesia or Portrait of Ruin. Order of Ecclesia I already did years ago, but that was also years ago, so I think it's time to do an updated playthrough of that. But also, it would be nice to get familiarized again with Portrait of Ruin. I haven't beaten that game in like, 10 or 15 years, so it's been a while for that one. But yeah, I'm slowly getting to the point where I've done just about every Castlevania game ever made on my channel. So yeah, this Dominus Collection really helps with that. So let's go ahead and jump into the main menu here. So you have your 3 Castlevania games. We'll go ahead and highlight Dawn of Sorrow. And pardon me if I sound a little congested, or if I start hacking up the lung a little bit into the stream, stuff like that. I'll try to mute the mic as much as I can when that happens, but I am still under the weather. I'm on day 9 now of like a pretty nasty cold. I still have a lot of congestion, but I was actually a little worried today I'd have to cancel the stream and do it later on in the week, but we're gonna go ahead and just try to knock it out and see what happens. So well, yeah, I hope everybody's doing well. I see Dasan's out there. I see Freddy, I see Savvy, Ian, welcome back, Even, the #1 Castlevania dude. I don't know about that, man. I do like me some Castlevania, though. I see Gedrin out there, Dustin Mini, welcome back, Dustin. Carlos, welcome back, Carlos, good to see you again. Earlier today, Blue Flag Writer said, you are finally streaming again. And I am finally streaming again. For how long, who knows, we will see. But again, like I said, it's been complicated, and I'll probably talk more about that in just a generic channel update video after this month. So, hey, Internet Junkie, welcome back, and Gimpler. Oh man, alrighty. Alright, so let's go ahead and jump into Dawn of Sorrow. And again, like I said, we're playing the Xbox Series X, so I'm using an Xbox controller for this. We did unlock Julius mode. You do that by getting the bad ending, and I'll talk more about that as we get close to that unlocking portion. We've got boss rush mode, which also unlocks, I think, when you finish the game. I don't remember. I've had it unlocked for a little while now. Enemy set mode is kind of interesting. It's gives you a select set of rooms, and you can kind of like point and click enemies into the rooms. Basically create your own little tiny little mini levels. Nothing too crazy interesting. You do have a sound mode, sound test that you unlock. The Dominus Collection itself does have a sound test menu, but it doesn't loop the music, which is kind of a bummer. So in this sound mode, you can actually, I think, loop the same tracks over and over if you really wanted to. So it'll just keep playing until your controller turns off. But all right, let's go ahead and jump into this. And actually, you know what I need to do is I need to rearrange my setup here, because the gameplay is on the left side of the screen. So I want to be centered with the gameplay. So I'm moving my mic over just a little bit. But all right, so we should be good to go. Let's do game start. We are going to be skipping through some of the story in this game, because some of it, well, I think the main story stuff I'm gonna try to play out. I'll quickly like scroll the text through, but there's a lot of like banter between like your character Soma and like your shopkeepers and stuff like that. I'm just gonna skip that stuff. It's all kind of like arbitrary. It's kind of fun to read if you're, you know, playing the game for the first time. You're trying to get familiarized with the characters and their personalities. But you know, these DS Castlevania games, their stories are there. They do have their key moments that are interesting, but some of the storytelling is also not the greatest, so it's whatever. So yeah, you can see I've beaten the game twice now, and what I'm going to be doing is probably not grinding out very much, so I can try to beat the game a little bit faster. You can see this last playthrough was only 5 hours long. I didn't really do a lot of grinding. I did some to grind out for specific souls, but my previous playthrough was close to 9 hours, so where I did do a lot of grinding. So this playthrough is going to be similar to, oops, let me delete data, since apparently I have 3 files here. And so yeah, we'll be trying to go through the game relatively quickly. A lot of people say this game is super grindy. If you're just trying to beat the game, I'd say it's actually not that grindy. Now the thing is, just like Area of Sorrow, which was the third Game Boy Advance Castlevania game, when you kill enemies, occasionally they'll drop souls. And so what people do when they play this game is they want to get everything, and to truly 100% the game, you have to get through, you have to collect all the souls and then all the special item drops and stuff like that. We're not going to be doing that. We don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. I've got stuff I want to do besides just play video games and Castlevania. So, anyway, yeah, so we're going to try to just play through the game straight. We'll be using a lot of like potions from the shops and stuff like that to stay alive. And so this isn't going to be like some crazy like speed run. It's not going to be some crazy completionist run. It's just going to be me kind of going through the game casually. If you've never actually seen the game before, if you're playing it for the first time and you're stuck, you know, a playthrough like this should be able to help you through it. I'll show you all like the core areas you have to go to, and some of the tricks to... Yeah, there are a couple of required souls in order to get the good ending, and so I'll show you how to get those, blah, blah, blah. And so, yeah. Anyway, so one infamous thing of the original Dawn of Sorrow on DS is it had touchscreen support. And since there is no stylus now, since we're on a game console, you actually use the right analog stick by default to mimic a cursor, and you can draw stuff on the screen just like you would be using a stylus on the original DS itself. So, and so that's kind of neat. There are a couple of points in the game. Dawn of Sorrow has this gimmick where you get this ability to break ice, and you basically would tap at the screen to break the ice blocks. Now you just bring the cursor out and hold down the R trigger to break them. And so, yeah, nice quality of life improvement there. You don't have to worry about, you know, fiddling with the stylus as you're playing. So, here we go. Carlos says, I've never seen this before, so I'm hype. Hell yeah, Carlos. You're in for a treat. It's a good game. If if you had played Castlevania Symphony of the Night back in the day, and then you played this when it first came out on DS, you would probably have been pretty impressed by it. It's a very nice looking game, great 2D art assets, but it's got some polygons in the background too, a lot like Symphony of the Night. And yeah, I think it still holds up quite well, actually. And this HD collection, I think some of the assets are a little more crisp, like the polygonal assets in particular. Now, it's been a little while since I've actually seen this on a DS screen. I'll have to fire it up on my old DS system just to kind of like see how it compares. There are a couple of quality of life improvements with this in particular, like with the touchscreen support. Instead of drawing symbols on boss fights, you have to do QuickTime events now with basic face button presses, which is nice. But also, some of like the load times in this, like save functionality, getting in and out of the game and stuff like that, has been sped up considerably, actually. So. Hey, One Mic, One Life, welcome back. Alright, so this is basically like an introduction section that kind of teaches you what's going on with the mechanics. So this introduces the soul mechanics. So you're playing as Soma Cruz. He was the main character of Area of Sorrow. This is one of the very few Castlevania games that like directly follows up on a previous game in the series, and you're playing as the exact same character. Alright, he just gave us a knife. Kill that skeleton. Gives us a red soul, which are usually projectile types. Bullet type, as they call it. You press up and X to use it, and it automatically equips this. So we basically get just a bone to toss to the enemies. And now we have the blue soul type, guardian type. Use the R button to use it. And then we have the gold type, which is an enchant type, tactical soul. It just is always active when you've got it equipped. But yeah, so what ended up happening in Area of Sorrow, I guess spoilers, is Soma just magically appeared inside this eclipse, and it was basically Dracula's castle that he got zapped to. And then it turns out that as you play through the game, Soma has the potential to actually become Dracula. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens. You know, game ends with a happy ending. Soma gets zapped back out of the castle, and he loses all his powers that he earned during that playthrough. So this is kind of like the start of him starting to re-earn those abilities again. And there's also a cult that's trying to resurrect Dracula, and that's who that chick was. And not her, that's Mina. That's Soma's girlfriend, basically, or fiance, or whatever. But the cult leader, she, you know, has two henchmen, and they're trying to it's either resurrect Dracula or become Dracula by doing things, and you'll see as the story progresses. Soma goes after them and then slowly starts to re-earn his abilities that he had at the previous Dracula castle. A little convoluted. Going back up in chat, I see Arioka's out there. I see DJ Rudin. Welcome back, DJ. Good to see you again, man. Crestline Iceberg. Santino Black, welcome back. I think that's everybody. Several days later. Alright, so this is Hammer. He doesn't do a whole lot in this game other than sell you stuff. And he basically sets up shop right in the very beginning of the game. Savvy say she's sick. Yeah, you should definitely not be going to work then. You need to stay home and rest. Yeah, you should be resting. I say that as a man who's been sick multiple times this last month. And is still getting over his last one. Alright. Yeah, so basic mechanics here. You've got jumping, you've got walking. Another skeleton soul, actually. That's pretty nice. So what's actually kind of cool about this game is that souls actually will stack. So if I hit start and go to equip and go to my skeleton soul here, you'll notice it says I have 2, and I can have up to 9. And as I get a certain, when I get to a certain amount, that level there you see will increase. And like the size of the projectile and its throwing arc will change, it'll become a little more powerful. Soul drops are pretty random in this game. I know they have specific like set drop values, and they're determined by a rarity value. You can see on the bottom right hand screen. We have 3 screens, by the way. On the bottom right screen, it'll show the rarity value of the soul drop. As long as you've gotten the soul, anyway. There we go. So now that we killed the enemy, it'll tell us the rarity. And so a 1-star, you're more likely to get as a drop, rather, you know, as opposed to like a 3-star. Hey, Motorhead, welcome back. Don't mind me if I can't piece together sentences very well. Like I said, I'm still kind of like coming off a pretty nasty cold. And I also haven't streamed on YouTube in 2 months, so, yeah. Hey, Jason, aka Astronasty, welcome back. He says it's interesting how they handle the extra DS screens, because you didn't need to touch it for any major reason. Well, unfortunately, this game forced you to use the touchscreen in specific ways. Also, the DS only had 2 screens, so the screens on the right, you'd have to actually cycle with, like, maybe the select key or something like that. I don't remember how you swap back and forth. You know, they're both insanely useful screens, and it's awesome that they have 3 screens available to you at all times, as opposed to having to cycle between you know, your stat screen and the map screen. So, returning characters from Area of Sorrow, they're all here. Well, not all of them, but lots of them are here. Yoko, Julius, Aricado, who is actually Alucard in disguise. And when you get the bad ending in this game, you get to play Julius mode. So you start off as Julius Belmont, who's a whip-wielding Belmont. And you eventually talk to Yoko. She tags along with you. You can switch over to Yoko and play as her. And then eventually, partway through the game, you'll actually run into Alucard, and you get to play as him as well. And he looks a lot like he does in Symphony of the Night. Yeah, so she's explaining the whole magic seal thing. These are required for boss fights. That's basically all they do. It was an excuse to use the touchscreen mechanic. So, Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow was one of the earliest Nintendo DS games, and I think word has it that Nintendo had some kind of mandate to utilize touchscreen functionality, because, you know, the DS had the touchscreen, and Nintendo, you know, used that as a major selling point. And so games like Dawn of Sorrow ended up having touchscreen support kind of shoehorned in when it wasn't really necessary. You know, this is a two-dimensional game. There's no reason to touch the screen in any way. But on boss fights, you would have to draw these magic seals at the end of the boss fight. And it was a little cumbersome. We got ourselves a potion for free. This is our first save room. But again, in this version of the game, they allow you to do a QuickTime event instead of drawing a symbol. So the magic seal here is really simple. It says it looks like you'll need a magic seal right away. So just boom, boom, like that. Very simple. So that will pop up at the end of the boss fight. And that will finalize the kill on the boss. So this is a pretty easy first boss. Actually, I'd say a lot of the bosses in this game are pretty easy for the most part. Don't really have a whole lot of trouble with them. But there are a couple of late game bosses that are quite challenging, actually. Down and jump will let you do a ground slide, which can help you get out of the way. Alright, so X, A, and B. Boom, there we go. We just drew the seal. Flawless victory. Hey, Liberal Arts guy, welcome back. Why did you extend your name, dude? It's completely unnecessary. Liberal Arts, quote, Liberal Arts guy, quote, guy. Oh my god, dude. You guys kill me. Alright, anyway, so we beat this boss, and he's going to give us the flying armor ability, which allows us to kind of glide downwards slowly, so you can actually, your jumps will go farther. Alright, so let's go ahead and change to our flying armor. We're going to go ahead and just leave it on the skeleton soul. We actually have the cloth tunic, so we can go ahead and equip that, boost our defense. We don't have any accessories yet. I do have the short sword, though, which will allow us to do a little more damage. And there we go. And we've got the Claymore. Claymore is a big heavy weapon. Personally speaking, I don't really care for the big heavy weapons all that much. Although there are a lot of like advanced maneuvers in this game and attack maneuvers. You know, if you're a speedrunner, you're going to be pretty familiar with that. I play pretty basic in this game. I don't go pretty advanced. I just do this. So when you attack on the ground, you're really slow. You can only attack so quickly. But if you jump and attack, you can actually attack a little bit faster. So that's about the extent of my like more advanced skills that I use in this game. Hey, John Smith, welcome back. Also, if you press B, you'll do a special attack, which uses up some of your magic points, but it does a much more powerful melee attack. And you can actually combine that with regular attacks as well. But unfortunately, it does use a lot of magic in the beginning. Oh, nice, John Smith. Yeah, I started a game of Ecclesia last week as well. I'm going to try to finish it and see how long it takes, and it's possible I might end up doing a playthrough of that later this month. But we will see. Anyway, a lot of this stuff in the shop is not all that important as far as text is concerned, not really critical to the story. So what we have here is called weapon synthesis. So you know that we got enemy souls already. Now, if you have specific weapons like the short sword here and the Armor Knight soul, you can actually use that Armor Knight soul on the short sword, which will combine and create basically the same type of sword, but like another level up. So now we have the Cutlass, which is a more powerful short sword. So instead of doing 8 damage, now it's gonna, or 11, I guess is what it is right now, it's gonna do 12. So, yeah, I actually don't use this mechanic all that often, but if you want the best, absolute best weapons in the game, you actually have to do that. Also, there's this thing called soul release, so if I do one skeleton, it actually gets rid of one of the skeleton souls. So now I'm back down to just one skeleton soul. The reason you might want to do this, I don't usually do this, but the reason you might want to is as you increase in soul levels on specific soul types, like the skeleton soul. If I get 9 skeleton souls, the bone I throw becomes extremely large and slow, and it doesn't go as far. And so you might actually prefer like the smaller bone. And so what you can do is get rid of some of the souls through Yoko, and then you'll have the soul type that you want, like at the right level that you want. So it's kind of interesting. So, so I've got gold. I've got 1,500 bucks. I'm gonna go ahead and just stock up on regular potions. I've got 9, and the reason is that potions can really save your hide in the early game. I mean, they can save your hide all throughout the game. And Hammer there never runs out of potions, so you can just keep going back and just keep buying them over and over and over again. Alright, so let's go to... Oh, okay, it automatically equipped the cutlass for me. Nice. So I don't have to actually do anything with that. So we've got the mace. Very heavy attack. Now what's kind of cool about this is it will hit from behind because it, you know, someone has to like wind up. But it's really slow. I don't really care for these heavy weapons all that much. What I actually really like to do is get the blunt sword in the beginning. And what that ends up doing is basically acting as... It's a katana type weapon. And I prefer the katanas in this game. They're the fastest. And they still do moderate damage. They're some of the weaker weapons, but they still do moderate damage because you can just get extra hits in that you might not be able to get with a heavier weapon. So we actually have a potion right there, so I can only carry 9, so I went ahead and just used one. Now you do level up in this game. So on the blue screen over there, you'll see experience amounts. So it says next is 53. Now I don't really need to be here just yet, but I do want to show you something. There's this mirror right here. So you're going to eventually get an ability that allows you to go into mirrors. And there's a handful of mirrors spread throughout the castle. So it's good to know where those are. Also, if your magic meter is fully filled, candles and candelabras and whatever will start dropping money instead of hearts. So candles in this game, when you use specials, they'll drop hearts, and the hearts replenish your magic points. So if you want to try to earn some money as you're going through this, we're already back up to 1,800 bucks. You can just not use your specials and just attack all the candles and light fixtures and whatnot, and then get money. The silver coins are 50. The blue ones are 1. The brown ones are 10. And then the gold ones are 100. Also, chairs in this game, like Symphony of the Night, you can actually sit in them. She dropped a cream puff. That should probably give me some health back. And this will release the water. Now, occasionally you're going to see the cursor popping up. That is because I keep grazing it with my my right thumb, because on the Xbox the analog stick is on the lower side of the controller by the face buttons. So we can't get through there just yet. We have to beat the boss fight here. Alright, go ahead and save it. Now there are a lot of dead ends on this area when you start. There's one-way gates, basically, that can only be accessed from the other side, and you don't have access to that side right now. So there's a lot here we're not going to really be able to do. Alright, there's our blunt sword. That is my first katana. A little bit weaker than the sword I just had, but it's also faster. Especially when I use my special. So when I use my special with the katana, boom, just like that. Really fun. And I'm just going to play like this for the rest of the game, basically. This is my preferred play style. Those are money boxes. Now there's going to be blue variants of those, and those are going to be mimics. Mimics are basically just fake treasure chests that will come after you. And mimics in the early game are pretty dangerous, so I wouldn't really recommend dealing with them or messing around with them. Need 140 more experience points. Now, if you wanted to try to get specific souls, you can just sit around and just grind out on enemies. So one of the enemies that's good to grind out on is the Axe Armor Knights, which we just killed a couple of. And the reason for that is that they give you the throwing axe. The throwing axe is really good. Arguably one of the best basic souls that you can get, or I should say projectile souls. Bullet souls. That is a manticore. The manticores are also very good to grind out on. And we'll probably grind out on a couple enemies like that later on in the playthrough, just to get some of their better, you know, abilities. Oh, got a soul from him. So that soul basically gives us a punching ability. And I actually can't do anything with this room just yet, so we're going to go ahead and walk our way back. Oh, looks like we got his soul. Or a high-powered explosive. So this is one of the dead ends I was talking about. We can't actually do anything with this just yet. Now, something I haven't mentioned is that you can actually do a quick rewind in this collection. So you tap the trigger, or actually you hold the trigger, and it brings this menu up, and then you can cycle backwards. Kind of like that. That's kind of neat. I tend to not use it, but there are a couple of moments in this game where, like, you make a soul appear, but you go off the screen before you realize it's there, and then so you lose it. So the rewind function is actually really handy to grab those souls that appear, but you don't realize in time, and then they disappear. Also, if you're reckless and you die, you can always use the rewind to go back a few seconds and undie. Yeah, and I'm going to try to not abuse that on this playthrough, or even use it at all. We're going to see if I can get through this without, you know, dying a whole lot. Oops. So that's actually a really good spot to grind out for the Manticore Soul. Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna go ahead and use a potion. Yeah, potions actually give you a lot of health back right now, because your health, your overall hit points is actually pretty small right now. Yeah, so for the most part, I'm not going to be grinding out on specific enemy types right now. I will kill enemies that are right in front of me, because I do want the experience points. I would like to level up a little bit. But I'm just going to kind of play and see what comes as we play. So there is a luck statistic in this game, which theoretically is supposed to affect how often things like souls drop. Apparently luck is completely busted in this game, though, and it doesn't actually do anything. So we're not going to be worrying about like luck boosting abilities or anything like that. There are a few of them in the game. So these are the bad guys. Crestline says, dang, we got Celia, Wolverine, and Elton John trying to take out Soma. Elton John, nice. Alright. Now we can make progress again. Alright, save point. Let's see what our equipment's looking like right now. Alright, we got the cape, we got the scarf. We'll go ahead and equip the scarf. Bomber armor, skeleton, slaughterer. And nothing special there. Same magic seals before. Those are antagonists, Dasan, not protagonists. So the big thing about this fight is basically like watching out for his fist and recognizing when he punches it forward and punches it upwards. Hey, Office, welcome back. Alright, so now we can touch the screen to get rid of icy things. Alright, let's see, yeah, that's it. Hey, Burger Man. Welcome to the stream. Oops. Yeah, if you like Area of Sorrow, you'll definitely like Dawn of Sorrow. I mean, it's more the same. But I'd argue with, you know, better looking visuals and stuff like that. I think Area of Sorrow might actually be the more interesting of the two overall. In terms of, like, level design, flow of castle, stuff like that. But they're both excellent games, and Dawn of Sorrow has a ridiculous amount of items and souls that you can get. Yeah, that is one thing people had complaints about back in the day. I agree, yeah, is the art style. I mean, I even didn't care for it that much back in the day. And I've accepted it now. I just personally don't really see the reason for them to have really changed the art style, because they did the gothic looking thing for so long. It was just kind of weird that they changed it. It just didn't really make a lot of sense. I'm glad they went back to the gothic art style with Ecclesia, because I much prefer it to the clean anime style. But you know, it's not like it's bad art or anything. It's just different. And for those of us that have been playing Castlevania for a long time, it was a little jarring. That's all. There are definitely some things about this game that people would use to just kind of completely ignore the game. Like, oh, it's got touch controls, so I'm just never going to play it. Or it's got the anime art style, I'm never going to play it. That sort of thing. And it's, you know, those are kind of bad reasons to ignore the game completely. You know, the touch stuff actually wasn't really that bad. It was only once every now and then that you had to use it. There we go. We got our first warp room, finally. Surprised I actually missed that earlier. We can warp our way back to the very beginning. Yeah, those are things you just get over. You just accept, and then the game is awesome. It's a really fantastic Metroidvania. So I'm going to come back down here. So one thing about Yoko's weapon synthesis system is that, you know, you could take souls that you don't really want and form new weapons that you also don't really want, and then sell them. I'm gonna go ahead and just, you know, craft this because I'm not gonna use that bomber armor, so we're just gonna do regular katana. Although this is something I could have probably just bought already anyway. So, but yeah, it's still useful. So yeah, katana. It's gonna do a little more damage than before as the blunt sword. So Hammer was talking about a magazine, and so there are a couple of oh yeah, we'll go ahead and buy the castle maps too, just to extend what's on our map screen a little bit. It's called the UMA News. So if you buy it, you will, yeah, so the katana was already in the store, but I didn't have $9,000, so that's fine. It basically gives you little hints as to, like, secret aspects of this castle. Exclusive scoop! Abominable snowman discovered! And there's like 3 issues of the 1 version, so it would be like 1-1, 1-2, 1-3. And basically they give you hints as to find these things they're talking about. So in this case, a Yeti. You can... so the Yeti's actually at the very beginning of the game, when you first enter the cultist base. But if you didn't know that, the UMA News will kind of like give you the hint that it's there and it's a thing that you can do. Let's go see if the Yeti's actually there. Yep, there he is in the background. Just kind of roaming about. So what you do later on is you get a specific soul that lets you drop food. And you'll go there and you'll drop food. And the Yeti will be like, ooh, and he'll jump out to grab the food and start eating it. And then you can try to kill the Yeti when he's eating the food. And the Yeti will drop his own soul. Eventually. So there's some fun little things like that, not mandatory things that you can do. Yeah, Office, you know, the thing about the later magic seals you're talking about, they do become a lot more complex, but you can practice them. And that's the key, really. The later seals are kind of annoying, but even in this version, you can just practice them. You do it 7 or 8 times back to back, and then you just get it. You know, you commit it to muscle memory, basically. So even the most complicated ones, you could just practice. He says, I didn't know you could practice. Yeah, it's right there in the menu. It's even in the original DS game. Oh man, that's great. Alright, so I'm gonna kill the knights down here first. There's quite a few of them. You know, come to think of it, it's not really necessary. But I'm gonna take the experience anyway, because they're still giving me decent experience points. And... are there any more? That should be it. Alright, so now we're gonna use this. I'm just going to sit here and hold the cursor in front of me with the R trigger. And there we go. Garden of Madness. This is a place we come back to quite a lot over the course of the game. So this room right here, can't actually really do much with right now unless you wanted to grind out for mandragoras. Because there's water. We can't actually go into water right now. We'll just kind of float at the top if we do. This is actually a good enemy to grind out on if you want to get some souls. He drops what's called the Treant ability, which will replenish our magic meter faster. That's a pretty handy soul to have. Babachar, I'm not farming anything in the early game. I am just going straight through because I don't want to be here for 12 hours. There are a couple things we might farm later. I mean, we will farm the necessary enemies. There are enemies that we absolutely have to farm in order to get the good ending. Later on, I might come back and grind out on the skeleton ape in order to get to a certain part later on in the game. But no, we're not going to grind out on specific enemies. I'm just going to play it as it lies. Basically, just use whatever is given to us. So that'll also make things a little more interesting too, because the soul drops are so random in this game. And obviously it varies from enemy to enemy as well. Like the plant-based enemies will probably end up just getting, you know, a bunch of those for free. Yeah, the idea is to try to beat the game in one sitting. So 5 to 6 hours, hopefully at the most. Let's come down here. Got a breastplate. Let's see what that does for us. it does good stuff. Hey, Banu, welcome back. Breathe clouds of petrifying gas. So this guy right here, he actually drops a pretty good soul. And then that's a mimic up there. There he comes. Like I said earlier, probably not worth dealing with. But the mimic does drop also a pretty good soul as well. And this is going to be a nice little upgrade right here. Doppelganger. Switch souls and equipment using Y. So basically what this does now is we have two different sets of armor and souls we can have equipped at once. So if I wanted to, I could do like a heavy weapon. Or a really weak projectile. I don't know. Yeah, claymore, breastplate, scarf, soul. Quick straight punches. Summon a bouncy slime. Do the petrifying gas. It's a thing. Alright, see you, Savvy. Have a good night. Hope you feel better. The slime is actually a lot like the, it's like the diamond in Symphony of the Night. And Castlevania 2. Alright, these are Rakuda. And it's actually not a bad enemy to grind out on. Because they shoot lightning out that'll track from enemy to enemy. It's actually very handy for grinding out on souls later on in the game. Alright, so these are money doors. That is a 777. So what that means is we have to get our last 3 digits of our gold to 777. And so what you can do is, this one's actually pretty easy, you can just grind out here. So I'm at 124 right now, 134, 135, 145. I grabbed the 50s and the 100s and the 10s. The 1s, I'll probably just grab one more to get my 5 as a 6, and then 7. Alright, one more blue one. Alright, so now I just want to focus on the bronzes and the silvers. And we're trying to get my total money up to 777 on the last 3 digits. $617, $667. It's trying to feed me a bunch of blue ones. So what's going to end up happening here is we're going to get ourselves... Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh my god. I did my math wrong. I mathed incorrectly. I'm a doofus. Anyway, what happens there is there's a Lucky 7 outfit. I believe that's what's in there. And it boosts your luck. Theoretically. Again, luck doesn't really work correctly in this game. Doesn't scale correctly. Anyway, you get the point. We don't need that armor. Well, you know what? Yes, we do. Because I want to sell it. You know, any equipment that you get, you can sell. So, although funny thing is, I wonder if it's only worth $777 when you try to sell it. I don't remember, because I never really tried to sell it. I was always under the impression that luck worked in this game. And so I would always try to hold on to the lucky 777 armor. And, you know, use Ghost Dancer, which is a luck boosting gold soul. But apparently you don't really need to do any of that. It's just not even worth the effort. In case you feel like putting your head back in the sand one day and you want to equip the lucky 777 armor, this is how we're going to get it. We're almost there again. I promise I won't mess it up again. Right, we need 120 bucks. Alright, we just need a bronze. And there it is. And there it is. The shirt with 3 sevens on it. I mean, it does boost some other stuff though. It boosts intelligence. I didn't realize that. I thought it was just luck. So, you know, you can sacrifice defense for intelligence, which is pretty handy. Alright, so this will take us to our next area. Alright, save spot. So Dawn of Sorrow, if you've never played it, it does get kind of confusing. There are several cryptic elements in the game. But once you know what to do, it's actually a fairly straightforward game. There are a couple points where you need to go backwards and, you know, retrace your steps. So one soul I actually do like to have is the one from the ghouls here. And the reason for that is that there's rotten meat that they just dropped. I can't really consume that right now. But with the ghoul soul, it allows me to eat rotten meat, and it gives me a lot of life back. So if you can get like a soul from the ghoul, you'll have extra hit point replenishment opportunities, which is pretty handy for, you know, more dangerous boss fights. These are the Ghost Dancers. And again, if you want to pretend that luck actually really does something meaningful, then you could try to grind out on them. This guy, the Great Armor, is another really good one to grind out on. He gives you a blue soul ability, and he'll basically like follow you behind as a floating knight, doing a lot of damage to enemies. I actually had that on my last playthrough. I just luckily got the soul. I didn't grind out. The game just felt like giving it to me, and so I ended up using it for the rest of my playthrough, which was pretty cool. Launch magic shots that track targets. Alright, boss room. This is probably going to be Dimitri, who is one of the bad guys in the one of the earlier cutscenes. And this is going to be a dead end, so I probably shouldn't even come here. We're gonna need another ability before we can do this. So we'll come back here later. No point in showing it off right now since we'll be back later. Hey Christian, welcome back. Good old October Castlevania month, yeah. Hopefully, we'll see what happens. I mean, this is the first thing I had in mind for streaming. I don't have anything else prepared right now, so I have to spend the next week or two trying to learn some new content. Alright, new magic seal. A little more complicated than the one before. So this guy will basically absorb whatever soul you're using. So the boss fight can actually be made easier by just using a specific soul type. Like, the bone's a little bit easier to avoid than the other attack he was doing. Oops, I hit the L trigger by accident. Yeah, apparently you can, like, cancel attack animations with the backdash, and that's something I haven't really messed around with much. But with heavy weapons, it seems pretty useful. Hey, Society. Hey, well, thanks for trying to catch up on some old content. That's what it's there for. I'm not going to be around forever, so if you like the content, you know, it's always going to be there. Alright, moving on. Alright, this is the real boss fight. Not a very difficult boss. Just gotta read its attacks. Oops. Oops, why did I do that? Yeah, when he does these black balls, it's very easy to just jump over them. There we go. Alright, so now I can double jump. Oh, nice, Society. You've never played the DS Metroidvanias? Yeah, that's the best thing about this collection, I think, is the fact that, you know, there's so many people out there that actually haven't played these because maybe they're not into handheld gaming or maybe they just missed out on them back in the day. And, you know, this allows people to experience them easily. Alright, so now that we have the double jump ability, there's areas we're going to be able to access now that we couldn't access before. There's the power belt, which is actually pretty handy. So I'm going to actually use that in place of the scarf, which is going to allow me to do a little more damage, boost my strength. Ooh, look at that. I just got it for free again. Alright, well, let's go ahead and use it. Actually, what I'm going to do is on the second set, I'm going to do flying armor. So the second set isn't my primary set, but basically, here he is. Look at that. It's amazing. Now, he constantly burns up magic points, so, you know, I did just run out. But yeah, it's still a very good soul to have, especially early game. But he's good even, like, late into the game. Hey, Brandon, welcome back. And that's it. Alright, so we got high potions. You know, I probably don't really even need those right now, so we're just going to... screw it. Who cares? Let's just go ahead and do it. See what else he's got. Yeah, Katana's the best katana he's got. Wonder what the, Lucky 7 goes for. Or 3 7s. 3,800. Okay, that's not bad. We'll probably sell it later. Brandon, this is the only one that has, like, mandatory touch controls for the main campaign. And so, in this case, you just use the analog stick and hold down the right trigger to act as if you're touching the screen. That's it. I mean, that's how it's handled in all 3 of the games on this collection here. Also, there were points in this game specifically where you had to draw on the screen. Now, those drawing parts Well, the magic seal drawing parts, I should say specifically, have been turned into quick time events instead of drawing. Babachar, it does have that, but that's not a touchscreen mechanic in Portrait. From what I understand, there's a bonus mode in Portrait of Ruin where you play as like the two sisters, and that requires touchscreen controls for certain parts, but that's a totally optional gameplay mode. Order of Ecclesia has something similar with the Albus mode, but again, that's totally optional. Can't do anything with that just yet. Actually, we're probably not going to really be able to do anything here just yet. And that's perfectly fine. Another mirror. Carlos, yeah, it is a lot of fun. It's a fun game. Alright, got a halberd. So that wall there I can only get rid of with the skeleton soul. Those bone pillars, not really worth attacking. They don't really give you a whole lot of experience points, although this guillotine here is actually a really good soul. I actually got that on my first playthrough about a month ago. Quite powerful if you can line it up just right. So what we're going to end up doing is going to the demon guest house. Or is it ghost house? I think it's guest house. And we can do that by using our double jump ability that we just got. And then that will take us to the puppet boss, eventually. And the puppet boss will give us the ability to throw a puppet. And that'll basically teleport us to wherever the puppet goes. And so, like, some of the areas down there in that dungeon area that we were just at, we can't access yet because we don't have the puppet. And same with the bell tower in this area. You need the puppet for that. But grinding out on some enemies in the process, which isn't bad. Always good, getting some experience points. Well, got a long sword. Nothing special. Now, one thing that's actually cool about the double jump is now I can do kind of like this downward stomp attack. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Wow. Skeleton Ape is always one of the worst things to grind out for. And on my last 2 playthroughs, it's just kind of like giving it to me randomly. I am not complaining. So Skeleton Ape will allow me to throw certain objects farther, including the puppet that I'll get. And one of the subterranean areas actually kind of requires that. Another one, wow. There's gonna be another safe spot up here. This is a great spot to grind out for the treant. Hey, DG, welcome back. I am doing a little bit better, still not 100%. But definitely doing better, for sure. These guys give pretty decent experience, too. It's like, you know, close to 150 or so. I think this is where we're going to fight Dario for the first time. Wow, if I sit right in his face, he can't actually hit me with that forward fireball. Some of the animations in this game are really nice. And this game came out in 2005. The DS was actually really a solid system in terms of two-dimensional capability. Of course, so many games on the platform went 3D, which it wasn't as strong at. There we go. This is only on the DS. You're thinking of Area of Sorrow, which is the first game. Dawn of Sorrow is the second game. It's a direct follow-up onto Area of Sorrow. And I don't think there's much I can actually do here just yet. Yep. We got a dead end for now. We're probably gonna have to go a different way. Actually, you know what? This is probably the normal way you're supposed to go. I was thinking of coming up from the bottom, but if you come up from the bottom, I think you actually can't progress without the puppet. Alright, so we also just got Mina's Talisman. It's actually really important. You have to have it equipped at a certain part in the game in order to not get the bad ending. I'm gonna come all the way down here first. This guy drops a pretty crazy soul, too. Yeah, so if I somehow made it through there, I would get back down in that main hallway I passed through earlier in the playthrough. These Liliths, and then later on, I think it's the Succubuses. They're kind of annoying. You, sometimes you'll attack them, and they'll just backdash, and you'll completely whiff. Alright, this part is mostly optional. Oops, I did not want to do that. So what I'm going to do is just hit OK here, and just kind of ignore this for now. It's something I can come back to later, if I want to try to get some better items. Like in this puzzle here, I think there's actually a mirror hidden. So it's one of the mirrors you can try to jump into later on in the playthrough. But right now, I don't really need to do anything with it. It's pretty much optional. It's not obvious that it's optional though. Like the first time you get to it, you start cycling things around and then it basically changes the route that you go to. And getting it back to the normal default route can be annoying. Although actually there is a reset option, so maybe it's actually not that annoying. Piano. I don't think this actually does anything, it's just kind of gimmicky. Alright. Now we can use this. Alright, War Fatigues. Pretty good armor for this point in the game. We're going to go ahead and just equip that. It's also the Elfin Robe. Looks like, oh, that's, switch back to A. So I'll go ahead and just leave the power belt. Yeah, the skeletons are still giving me 50 experience points, which is not bad at all. Alright, so Killer Clown right here, that is actually one of the souls that we absolutely need if we want to progress for the good ending. They like to drop hamburgers. Wow, there it is. Awesome. Let's actually go ahead and equip that too. Pretty decent soul as well, does some pretty good damage. And we need the puppet for that. Hey, Ronnie, what's going on? You should definitely do a music channel on YouTube. Why not? You make music. I'm gonna say I should probably be using this guy more often. Especially for busy rooms like this. Is our next seal. Yeah, and I agree, Ronnie. M2 did a great job with this collection, for sure. Alright, this is the Puppet Master boss. So this puppet appears in one of his arms, and if it goes into one of the Iron Maidens, you end up appearing where the puppet is, and you take a ton of damage. So your focus should be on getting rid of the puppet in his hands. Yeah, so you can see, like, I haven't really been grinding out on enemies, and yet we're still, like, kind of mowing through these bosses pretty quickly. So if you're just playing the game straight through, you don't have to sit around and, like, grind out all day long. Now, don't get me wrong, it does help. It absolutely helps. But it's also not necessary. Alright, so now we got the Puppet Master. Like I said, we've got the Skeleton Ape, which allows me to throw it a lot farther. So that's why it went as far as it did. So this area we can't get to just yet. We'll get to there later. We'll actually come from there later on in the playthrough. Alright, out of magic points for now. Alright, this guy, the skeleton waiter, if you get his soul, that's the one where you can drop some food. Also, there are certain places you can sit, which will give you classic Castlevania items. 5,000 points. You can actually just sell that and get some money for free. Coffee. I think coffee just gives you a tiny bit of health back, nothing too crazy. There's a high mind up, which is nice. Don't have to pay for it. Scalarangs, they enhance your throwing ability, apparently. I'm gonna guess they make your projectile attacks do more damage. They don't make you... Well, as far as, like, the puppet doll, it doesn't... You don't throw it any farther. You have to use the skeleton ape for that. Alright, I'm actually going the wrong way. What I want to do is probably go back to the bell tower. I'll just come back this way. One thing that I love that they have in the later DS-Vanias is these magical tickets. You use them and, you know, kind of like the library ticket, or the magical ticket in Symphony of the Night. It takes you right to the librarian, which is the main shop in the game. Yeah, you'll be able to do that in the some of the DS-Vanias, but not in this one, unfortunately. So every time you want to, say, go back to Hammer's shop, you gotta find a warp, and then warp your way back. It's a little tedious. Hey, the Masamune. Masamune? What I can do is actually maybe try to sell some stuff. Let's see. You know, actually what I should do is probably... Alright, I need 4,000. Let's see if there's anything we can craft and then sell. Sell for better money. Alright, corpse weed. Okay. Definitely don't want to use the great armor, no thanks. Whole arm. Nope, got nothing there. Wow, I really can't do anything. That sucks. No free money. Alright, that's really all I need for now. There we go. Definitely worth the 24 grand. Alright, so I got a better katana. Alright, we've been going for about 2 hours. maybe by the 3 or 4 hour mark, I'll take a lunch break, or dinner break, I should say. Alright, I kind of wanted to go back up top there, but I'm just a little too far. Well, you know what, yeah, I don't think I can really do anything over there right now, so let's just do this. All right. Oh, a second one. Wow. Okay. One of the things I noticed about this game on my last couple playthroughs is that it doesn't really have a lot of enemies that are actually, like, legitimately spooky. Already too many of those? Oh, okay, weird. Whereas something like Order of Ecclesia has more enemies that definitely look a little more spooky. Alright. So, let's see if we can, like, game the system here. Ooh, we did. Yeah, the Kotetsu is actually not as good as the Masamune. Or Masamune? I don't know how you pronounce it. It's Japanese, ends with E, it probably ends in A, but I don't know. I'm just gonna call it the Masamune for the rest of the playthrough. Got multiple mini doubles, which is nice. The mini doubles will follow you and shoot projectiles. There are some souls you get that basically allow you to use familiars, which is pretty cool. Okay, there's no way I'm getting that right now. Alright. This is going to be the lead up to probably one of the harder bosses in the game, especially earlier on. Alright, so we can't do anything with this door right now. That's basically leading to the final area in the game. Alright, we have ourselves a long vertical trek. I'm just gonna skip that guy. Hey, Vince, welcome back. Yeah, the background art's pretty nice in this game, for sure. Ooh, just barely. S-stock? Alright, we're gonna need a key for that. That'll come after the boss fight. Alright, boss time. Probably one of the cooler bosses in the game, too. If you haven't seen it before, you'll know what I'm talking about. Or when it happens. Alright, so I'm poisoned, and when you're poisoned, you end up taking, or doing a lot less damage to enemies, so it's not very beneficial to be poisoned. Here we go. Alright. So a bunch of bosses from this game were actually used in the, I think it was 2010 or 2011 Castlevania game, Harmony of Despair, I think? I actually streamed that here on YouTube a couple years ago. That was pretty fun. I'd like to actually revisit that. Maybe that's something we could revisit this year. Alright, so we need flying armor again. We have to work our way right back up. Fortunately, there's no traditional, like, upwards dash attack until, like, the very, very end of the game. So for sections like this, you have to do them how the devs want you to do it. Oops. Hey, Grendel, welcome back. Oh yeah, Society. Sounds like you're good on Metroidvanias for a bit. And Ritual of the Night's a really good one too. Definitely recommend going through it. I don't think it's... I don't think it's as good as the DS games, but it's still pretty damn good. Then again, there's a ton of content in Ritual of the Night now since I last played it. Like, there's been a lot of DLC. So it's probably actually even better now than it was when I first played it. Alright, Clock Tower. Alright. There's another fancy schmancy door. It's 573. We're at 695. Yeah, trying to get this money here is a little more tedious than before. Well, it's dropping a lot of 50s, thankfully. Become capable of hovering in one location. Interesting. Medusa heads are... their souls are pretty rare, actually, so I'm surprised I got one. I'm at 301. $361. All right, 72. I just want a bunch of silver ones now. All right, 73. So we're at 373. 423. Screw it. We'll just get a bunch of 10s. Alright, we need one more bronze one, and then we should be good. Shaman ring. This is actually pretty good. It gives us more experience points. Go ahead and equip that. Got the Harpy Soul. So the Harpy will follow you, kind of like this Knight does. Alright, so I want to actually try something right now. Corpse Weed again. And this is open now. Though again, not particularly useful. I think I might be in the wrong spot. one of these areas is supposed to have a secret above. Guess it's not here. Killing these guys in one hit, though. No soul. Here's another mimic. We just got a handgun as well. All right. The imp, create a space that inflicts spiritual damage. Apparently the imp soul is pretty good too. And the orange Medusas will stone you. Army jacket. Offices, be right back. Gotta go. Oh. Eh. Alright, let's go ahead and use the army jacket. More defense. More defense in a place like this is pretty good. Wow, another Medusa head soul. That is rare. There's my save spot. I always forget where it is. So one trick here is to use your puppet. Oops. Another mirror. Alright. Here's our next magic seal. A little more complicated. Clock Tower is probably one of the more tedious areas in the game for me, personally. It's a lot of obstacles. Alright, boss time. Alright, got it. First try. Hey, Planet X, thank you very much for that. She says, this is a good one. Simon's Quest will always be my personal favorite. Dasan is back. Welcome back, Dasan. Yeah, thanks again, Planet X. Much appreciated. Alright, let's actually bounce back. Go get some more potions and stuff like that. I'll be running a little low. Alright. Alright, so... what was I going to do next? Well, let's go back up here, just fill out some of these other rooms. But I know I'm going to have to go back down into a cave, a subterranean cave. Yeah, so this area right here I can't do anything with yet. I have to have the bat ability. So you get the option to turn into a bat. And that is that. Yeah, we're gonna have to just go back. That's right. I had to go to the basement of the Dark Chapel, where we had to use the puppet. All right. Subterranean Hell. This has one of the more chill music themes in the game. Big Deagle says, I just beat this game a month ago. Very nice, very nice. This is the Xbox version. There we go. I get it? Okay. My mind's already thinking about the other magic seal that I got. Thanks, Planet X. Man, I'm not even trying luck boosting abilities, and I'm just like getting handed all these holes I don't normally get. Hey, MD Mister, welcome back. There's just not a lot to talk about at this point. I'm just kind of like moseying along. It's pretty straightforward stuff. I mean, at this point, it's just about knowing where to go. But we're basically going to end up in a area where I play some classic Castlevania music. And it's the part that's going to give us the Bat Company ability. Also, if I have like a mace of some kind, I can basically use it on this to try to smash the ball up into the ceiling. It's basically test your strength. Yeah, so basically, the weapons I have are just too weak right now. But it's still pretty neat. It's something in this game I don't usually mess around with, but it's pretty fun. The merman soul shoots waters just right in front of you. Doesn't go very far. so that little green guy is called the Ukobak. He's one of the souls that we absolutely need, but there's going to be another part in the later part of this area that makes it easier to grind out on. I'm not going to bother with that one on the previous screen. Yeah, so we got Killer Clown, we're going to need Ukobak, and then we need the Axe Armor. But where we're going to be heading is going to give us a really good, perfect spot to grind out on the Axe Armor. Also, this is another good spot to grind out for the Treant soul. Still giving decent experience points as well, so if you wanted to grind out for EXP, it's a good spot to do it. I leveled up, but I haven't gotten a soul. Fantastic. Yeah, so now we have the ability to go underwater. I can come back to this area if I wanted to. But there's not much point. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I got the Yorick soul. It's giving me everything. Alright, we have to actually use that, because I've never actually gotten that soul in my last couple playthroughs. Oh, it's on... Alright, we'll just do it on my main one. Yeah, so Yorick, you, yeah, you have to either attack the skull to, I think you have to actually punch it, but if you slide kick into it, it does, like, crazy damage. It's hard to use. Oh, out of mana or magic points. Yeah, so we're right back here. Alright, back down below. Is this the first time for this game on this channel? It is. Bad assumption, JFD. Because I did order of Ecclesia many years ago via emulation. I just never got around to doing Dawn or Portrait. There we go. You can grind out on this one. There it is. Good deal. Just gonna... Ooh, there it is. Nice. First try. We're gonna go grab that later. I think there's some pretty good armor up there. Alright, so that last boss we fought is Zephyr, so we have to use this. Which unfreezes time. Classic Vania. Oh, I have axe armor. Oh, cool. Yeah, for some reason I thought I didn't have axe armor. So, yeah. Glad to know I don't have to grind out for the axe armors. Let me try this. Okay. Wondering if it was the safe spot. I really don't like these guys. They're kind of a pain. Blocking half your attacks. Here's another mirror. It's gonna take us right back outside. Kind of unnecessary unless we wanted to walk back. Wow! We got the waiter skeleton. Jeez. This game is being really kind to us right now. Hey, John Evan, welcome back. Finally got the Skull Archer. Rare ring that makes rarer items drop more frequently. John's been playing a lot of Order of Ecclesia. Very nice. Hey! MD Mister, thank you very much for that. John Evan, enjoy that. You now have access to some backer-only content. Oh! MD Mister did it again! John Evan, thank you so much. Happy Castlevania month. Alright, getting close to the boss fight. There's the Moai head. A bunch of these DS Castlevanias have Moais in them. Even Order of Ecclesia has a boss with Moais on it. Alright, got it. Alright, so now we can transform into a bat and fly. Alright, so we will do Bat Company. So the Bat Company is how you get to higher areas in the normal part of the game. Again, in the very, very final area, we get the ability to dash upwards in the air, but by the time you get it, it's not all that useful. Soma really needs some options and cluster missiles to deal with the Moai heads better. Right? Have I played the Haunted Castle remake of this? Sorry, the Haunted Castle remake on this collection yet. I have, but not on my channel yet. I want to try to maybe start practicing it later this week, see if I can do like a dedicated Let's Play of that game. Yeah, I did dabble with it when this first came out. It's pretty cool. I think I made it about 3/4 of the way through that game. Yeah, you guys have a ton of time. I don't have a ton of time. There's a big difference. I've got lots of other stuff I've got to be doing. Yeah, Ian, you really should. I've been streaming much more on Twitch, but mainly because, like, I've just been working on stuff over there, like making my first Doom map. I've been working on that pretty hardcore for the last 2 months. I was actually working on it right before I started this stream tonight. Alright, this armor's pretty good. The Eversing. Boom. Yeah. Very good. Society, I stream way more often on Twitch, but I don't stream on Twitch like I stream here. Twitch is just kind of like a... Let's just say it's not YouTube, so... You know, feel free to follow me over there and tune in, but it's not the same. Let's see. So we have the abilities. You can actually turn those off. Actually, one thing I'm going to do is just swim over, not swim, but fly over here. Alright, so this is where we can use the puppet with the skeleton ape. If you don't have the skeleton ape, you can't get past that. Now this is completely optional right here, but I want to do it anyway. I want to be able to show it off. Summon larva. Okay. I mean, yeah, John Evan, that hasn't changed because I haven't played it in like 10 years, so... It'll probably always be my least favorite, but, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Alright, yeah, that's not working too well. I mean, I'll probably, still enjoy Portrait of Ruin, but a lot of my complaints I had a long time ago, I'll probably still have when I play it again soon. And I don't know if I'm going to actually go back to it soon. I don't want to spend all of October playing the Dominus Collection. I've already played quite a bit of it. I'm trying to think of like other easier ways to mow through these guys. Okay. Holy crap! Alright. Wow. Okay. Yeah, you want to grind out on enemies? This is probably one of the best spots to do it. I think this is my new favorite projectile. Alright, so there's one more gold door back here. But I'm actually not going to get it. We need 666. And what I think you might get behind that door is, I think you might get the gold ring. Enemies are more likely to drop money. I'm killing these guys in one hit now. That's nice. Yeah, as you level up, you do increase your attack power, so... Alright. So it's actually kind of handy to have Bat Company here. It's not necessary, but helps a lot. You see that they call them ghosts. The ghosts here will kind of show you the way. And this guy, I'm not going to bother with. He takes a ton of hits. So this actually takes us all the way back to the beginning. But there is a hidden area. Uh-oh, what am I doing? There it is. Neck warmer's a defense item. Yeah, right back at the beginning. But I'm going to come back down here, because this is the best spot to grind out on axe armor. Alright, let's see if we can do anything with Yoko. Alright, nope, 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 no, nope. So something I didn't mention earlier is Hammer here. He does offer a Soul Eater ring, which apparently, according to people online, doubles the amount doubles your chances of the souls appearing. Has no effect on the luck stat, basically. It's just in the background, it kind of like doubles the likelihood that souls will appear. So if there's one item you want to get that actually affects how often souls appear, it is the Soul Eater ring. It's a lot of money. So what I usually do is I just save it for the end of the game, when I have a lot of items that I can just sell. But there's ways to grind out for specific souls. You can buy weapons from Hammer, upgrade them through Yoko, and then basically sell them back to Hammer after they've been upgraded and get lots of money that way. Alright, so what I can do now is go back to the clock tower, but I'm actually not going to do that just yet. Launch torpedoes in water. So if you want to grind out for skeleton items, skeleton souls, this area is the best place to do it. And I'll show you guys exactly where. Spaghetti! Sounds tasty. More spaghetti. Alright, well that's not working. I got some spaghetti from it at least. Whoa, there's one. It's a big spooky tail. Alright, so right here. If you have the Rakuda, it's even better. Now, I just want to demonstrate like why you might want to do this. I have 7 skeleton souls right now. Many skull archers. Alright, just one more. Alright, there it is. So now if I use the skeleton, look at how huge that bone is now. So if the game's RNG is nice to you, then yeah, it could be worth grinding out. It depends on the type of soul. If it's something like a projectile soul society, then yes. And it'll tell you in the menu. So like if I go to Manicore, it says level 1 out of 9. So yeah, I can grind out for 9 souls and it'll get bigger and stronger. Is Aria like that? Honestly, I don't remember. It's been a long time since I played that. It might be. Alright, so we're actually pretty far into the game right now. There's the Pinnacle, which is one of the last areas in the game. Definitely has the toughest enemies. Some of the toughest enemies, I should say. Man, she's being stubborn. No, there's more than that, MD Mister. There's a few bosses. Alright, well have a good night, MD Mister. Yeah, I'll have the archive up sometime tomorrow. So this is going to lead us to another boss fight that we have to do if we want to get the good ending. Manticore is not as good for enemies that are like kind of down on the ground, so I'm going to switch back to where the hell is he? Great armor. Alright, so we need Killer Clown. And then Ukobak. Alright, this guy could be fairly tough. We'll see what happens.
Light.
Alright, so Manticore might actually be better for this fight, because he's always so high into the air. Oh, wrong one. Yeah. Got it. Alright, so now we can go inside mirrors. And we get Olrox's suit. Also, we can switch over to Paranoia, which is what we use when we want to go inside a mirror. Now, this is going to be necessary for the next boss fight. John Evan? Yeah, I saw the previews for it earlier this year. I might check it out. Alright, let's take the bottom route first. Alright, teleporter. Let's go back and get ourselves some potions. Oh, I don't have enough gold. Interesting. Alright, I said I wasn't going to do that, so let's not do that. But having a maxed out axe armor would be nice, because the axe is pretty good, and we're going to use it, you know, to the end of the game. Also, since we got the paranoia, we can go inside mirrors, so we might as well start doing that. I really love how when you're inside the mirror universe, everything becomes echoey. Echoey and reverby. It's pretty cool. It's a nice touch. And you can actually see enemies on the other side of the mirror, too. Pretty nice attention to detail. Summon a cat. Oops. Yeah, Crestline, they're well. Patchy's sleeping right next to me on the floor, and Milo's sleeping right next to me on one of my storage units. Basically, both the kitties are in here with me. All this stuff I'm doing right now is kind of like unnecessary. If I just want to go and try to finish the game, I could definitely do that, but I figured I'd show off some of this stuff while we're here. Now, I can't actually go through this, because again, this is that box puzzle. But once you have Bat Company, you can come to this area and gather some items. And we can get pumpkin pie? Yeah, pumpkin pie. Great. Aww. It wasn't fast enough. So that's the Yeti. Not gonna grind out on him. Hey, big dogs, welcome back. Hey, finally got Warg. Alright, so this part right here, and there is a mirror, which is why I didn't go here earlier, so there would have been no point. A rosary. Alright. So we're gonna have to find another blue teleporter. Alright, I want to try something here first. Oh, wrong one. Ah, that's right. Okay. It is here. I actually wanted to show you something. Oh, there it is, finally. So you unlock that secret. You can actually, in the early game, jump up, boom. As long as you have double jump, you can get up here without Bat Company. And you can get the ninja suit early. Not working. Alright, let's go back down here. Eat food that is normally unpalatable. Normally I get the ghoul's soul pretty early in the game, but we got it just now. Alright, mirror. Super potion. That's not bad. Pearl of Decoravia. I don't think I've ever had this soul. Yeah, you can just fly through now. I don't even need the puppet. Alright, so there is one down here. That's what I thought. Megging Yords. Megging Yord? Let's see what that does. A belt worn by a deity of war. It amplifies power. It was like the power belt, but even better. There's the rare ring, which makes rare physical items appear more often. Not souls, just items. I'm trying to think of where the other mirrors are. There's one on the clock tower. That might be it, actually. I think there's also one in that box maze. Platinum stud. I know, you don't have to remind me. Press line. Interesting they still use dithering on certain enemies in this game. Wow, I got it. Guillotiner. Durandol. Alright, so this thing right here, you're supposed to be able to zap it with lightning. I've tried it with the Rakuda, but it didn't work for me. So you might have to use a different lightning attack. So really the purpose of this is just to grind out on these crazy final guards. You can use the puppet to get by them. There we go. Alright, getting close to the boss fight. And then after this fight, we open up the center of the castle. Alright, so we need paranoia on this one. We have to jump inside that mirror. God damn it. Alright, got him. Alright, last seal. Alright, now we gotta get the hell out of here. The guillotiner. Oh, damn it. Kinda just like skip a lot of these enemies. We're basically getting near the last stretch of the game. Alright, I guess I'm gonna come down this way. And what we'll do is come up here. Let's see if we can try to do this box puzzle. There's just one quadrant we have to access. Well, we don't have to, but I'd like to. Alright, let's see. We want to try to get to the top right somehow. Hey, Aquas, what's going on, man? Hey, hey. Yeah, there's the mirror, ring mail. Dracula's tunic. Which is even better than Olrox's suit. Look at that. Totally worth it. Oh, actually, they want me at the center of the castle, so we're actually pretty close to that. Alright, let's go ahead and save it. Wow, that does a lot of damage. Alright, so we have to equip Mina's talisman. If we don't do that, Soma freaks the hell out and you get the bad ending. Here we go. All right. All right, let's warp back to the beginning. Get some more potions. And there's some secrets, I think, around the castle that I probably missed, but nothing really all that important at this point in the game. We've got some pretty good armor. Got some decent souls. And let's see what we've got at Yoko's place. And nothing. The game would end right there with the bad ending crestline, yes. If you did not use the talisman. Speaking of which, need to unequip it. So the last couple of areas I'm basically just going to try to skip through as fast as possible. There's a few boss fights. They're pretty difficult compared to earlier bosses. Yeah, there's nothing else I really want to do. So we're basically at the end of the game. Alright, Mine of Judgment. And funny enough, this music I think is actually from Haunted Castle. One of the things that Castlevania always did pretty well was reusing music from prior games. There's Slogra, although I'm poisoned, so... Alright, let's go ahead and equip a different soul here. Axe Armor, Armor Knight. Actually, mana core is probably gonna be better. Alright, this should be death. I knew that was gonna happen. I was stuck against the freaking wall. Ugh. It's the first time we died in the entire game. Ugh. Have to equip that stuff again. Also, I should probably equip this instead. Real men don't rewind. Ah, crap. Dude, seriously? The RNG is strong with this one. Dude, could you cut it out with the forward slashes? You didn't do Eddie in the last time. The last attempt. Jesus. Okay. Well, he didn't do the skull attack at least. Ugh. Alright, what I'm going to do is warp back out, get more potions. Yeah, so it looks like I'm going to have enough time to actually work on my Doom map after this. We made pretty decent time. We're just under 5 hours of actual gameplay. I'm going to have to sell some stuff. I am Crestline. I'm a little weak right now, though. I don't have a better katana. There's several ones that are better than the one I have. Usually I have the Osafune, but it's looking like I'm not going to have that at the end of the game. Yeah, Chris, and I'll post it on... plan on posting it on Discord when I'm done with it, along with... I want to get it on the Do World id Games archive. And then I'll probably make a YouTube video about it. Maybe just like a simple playthrough of it to show it off. Yeah, you guys will know when it's done. It's getting really close to being finished. Well, the level itself... I have a couple other things I want to try to do, like create a unique soundtrack, make a custom title and title screen. Anyway, yeah, you guys will see it. Gotta watch out for these vertical flames. They can be pretty annoying. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, the last part of this game is, I mean, it's kind of neat, but it is a little trippy, and it's probably a little more tedious than anything. And it is what it is. A lot of these Castlevanias, they get kind of, like, dull right at the end. Anyway, this is the ability where we can just shoot ourselves upwards. We no longer need bat company. Ice cream! Nice! I can go for some ice cream right about now. Alright, we're getting close to our second to last boss. Ugh. Also, apparently it's really good to grind out on this guy. Alright, so this is going to be our next boss. This is going to be Abaddon. Crestline is no longer ice cream at that point. It's like milk. I meant to use my axe, but I was out of magic. There it is. Yeah, Andrew, I'm here. It's been a while, but I'm here. Alright, so he actually has one of my favorite specials in the game. It's basically these homing locusts. And we've got these Black Panthers as well, which apparently can speed you up with their soul. And supposedly their soul drop rate is pretty lenient as well. Oh, I got it. Move at high speed while creating a shockwave. Nice. Listen, I think maybe Order of Ecclesia, I think might have a running attack like that. Trying to remember. I feel like there's another Castlevania that has a maneuver just like that. Breathe fire. Okay. We're getting all the souls. And we're really close to the end. Thank you, Society. Alright, that's gonna do it. Actually managed to do the whole thing without getting up or taking a break. That's fine. I think I've earned my dinner. Alright, here we go. Last boss. All right, there's 2 phases here. You gotta hit the heads. Alright, phase 2. Same thing, but on the knee and the head. Alright, up to the top. There it is. All right, well, that's Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. Another one off the list. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. Dustin, Society, John, Chris, and Tony. Yes, you missed it, man. I even scheduled this like 15 hours early and posted it on social media. And you didn't show up. I'm sad, Tony. But hey, that's what the archive's for. The end. And they went in and changed the copyright date. All right. So, yeah. That is Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm actually kind of surprised. It takes less time to go through that than it does Symphony of the Night. I think Symphony usually takes me about 6 hours. So, yeah, I'm glad we knocked this out. Hopefully you guys had fun. Not the most entertaining stream. These types of games aren't very good for me, like when it comes to talking. Usually, like, I talk a lot in like the first 30% or something, and then there's a huge section where like there's not a lot to talk about because it's like I've already got all the mechanics and it's just about progressing through the castle at that point. So, but yeah, anyway, it's yet another Castlevania playthrough on my YouTube channel, and hopefully you guys had a good time. I'll have the archive posted sometime tomorrow. And it's October 1st. We have much of October left. I've got a couple of ideas on what I want to do as far as both streams and Let's Plays. Yeah, this was the first thing I really had prepared. Like I said, I was under the weather multiple times over this last month, which gave me a lot of time to just sit on the couch and play through this. So I've actually, I've played through this 3 times now with this stream, and then I'd also started working on Order of Ecclesia. So I think my goal is to try to finish Order of Ecclesia. Yeah, it looks like I've been playing for about 4.5 hours. I'm about a little over halfway through the game. I haven't gotten to Dracula's Castle just yet, but that's going to be my next goal. Is probably finishing this, and then potentially we will do a YouTube stream of this, maybe. Since I've already played through a lot of it, we'll maybe do that. But then I'll start trying to knock out some other Castlevania games. I originally wanted to do the Game Boy games, Adventure, then Belmont's Revenge, and then maybe Legends, since I've never done Legends on this channel. Yeah, we'll see. I've got some thinking to do, and yeah. Hopefully we've got more stuff in store for October. And hold on a second. Milo, hey. Oh, Milo's being stubborn. Oh, man. Of course, all this stuff isn't set up right. There we go. No, actually, it works better up here. I thought I had everything prepared. See, this is what happens when I go away for 2 months and I come back and I try to stream. I don't get everything just right. I always miss something. Always miss something. Yeah, Milo and Patchouli are both at the point where they're ready to be fed. So, I'm gonna go and leave and actually, heat up some pizza. I, ordered a Papa John's pizza earlier today, so I'd have food throughout the stream. So I'm gonna heat some of that up and eat my dinner. I'm gonna feed my cats, and then I'm going to continue working on my Doom map. So... But, alrighty guys, that's gonna do it for me. Hopefully you guys have yourselves a great night or day, wherever you are in the world. And until the next one, take it easy.